Hello, hello, hello. How are you? If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/OtakuSmile2. If you are watching on YouTube, and you like what you see, maybe leave a like. Maybe tell me what you like. If you don't like it, feel free to leave a dislike. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, let's get into this. Give me 1 second while I finish a few quick things, and now, yeah, there we go. Anyway, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I should just get straight into it. Let's be real. Oh, whoops. 1 second. There we go. I mean, if you don't know how to use VC at this base at this point, still. Alright, back to game. So, I have a few things I can do today. One, I have this. I need to decide how to deal with that. I did look up a tutorial. I did. I promise. But, wait, 1 second. Hello, Bum. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. How are you, Booch Bomb? I hope you're well. Hello, 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 though. You're different. I see. Well, I hope that's a good thing, and not a bad thing. Because that would be sad if it's a bad thing. Alright, I need more torches. I'm gonna light up the area around here and all that. I did mention, okay, so I did find, this. Here you can see, I've been trying to decide how to deal with it, because I did look up how to do a, thingy. I don't know. Although, as I was saying, I'm thinking of building a wall somewhere, and it'll help me decide. Hello, Haya. How are you? I hope you're well. Again, I found this. Not sure how I feel with it being here. I'm glad you're doing good. Alright, let me get up there. I need things. Torches. Because, as I was saying, I kind of... I'm trying to decide what to do about the spawner. It's in a perfect place and everything other than... Yes, yeah, she's a dragon. And all that jazz, I know. Yeah, Zelda's a... Her life be not the best. But it's quite interesting because it also kind of shows the whole, yeah, oh, other Zelda's clearly fake Zelda. And such a, yeah. Alright, I need food. I wish I had looting on this, but I don't. You know, cows, we're just gonna... kill you for food. Thank you. Maybe I should remove the flowers. But it's cute. Alright, I'll have to get more babies going soon, but well, there'll be a little bit of food. Do I have any other food, animal product-wise? Yeah, I have a little bit. Let's cook up some of that, and then maybe I'll make more, like I said, torches, light up more, all that great jazz. 2 more should be 16 cloves. That's a little more. That is true. I did like that as well. I agree. Alright, let me make some torches real quick. Spam. Yeah, that'll be good. There we go. That was definitely very cool. A little surprising, but it was definitely cool. Alright, down we go. I hear Skellington. The question is, where is Skellington? But we go down, because I got caves to light up. Ow. Oh, wait, no, not ow. Gotta go down to here. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still kind of hurting you. But yeah, no, I do get it. More than that, though, I think that you could argue that, it's because obviously you would not do stamina first. She's logically kind of correct, except for the fact that obviously, I mean, she's not. But if you were to think of it about the point of view that, you know, she's going to assume you obviously did your hearts first, because why wouldn't you do that? It actually fits in with her personality that way. But yeah, also, definitely she probably doesn't want to hurt a Link. Probably. Alright. But, yeah. Logistically, though, I think she's a bit too logical. I definitively would assume that, of course, he'd be fine, because it's him. That's why I go with... Or she heard how much I guess the way it would be that she heard how much it hurts. It was like, oh. And then, yeah, then you could assume that, yeah, she just doesn't want to hurt Link. Hop. Hop, 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 hop. I'll have to go back up if I can't hit this guy. Haha. Huh. Sorry, what? Fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, let me open my drink. Oops. A second. Before I turn around, I have to go deal with the other creeper. Not very fancy. But yes, of course she wants to be saved too. Although... That's true. It's like... It does a good job in showing she is... not just a princess. Although, I mean, the first game definitely shows her as very jealous as well, just... Or not jealous, a little bit selfish, but... In this way, it does, yeah, it's a very... Although I think she still does say, save me as well. She just says, save us all as well. I wasn't paying too much attention, though, because... I was more like going, what the heck? Because, like I said, I got the memories out of order. and was confused by a lot. Other than her turning into a dragon, I figured that part out because, I mean, they basically say it in the first, what, memory or so? But yeah, other than that, fair enough. Second one. Point being, most of the memories, I got them so out of order though that I was super confused. Also, what time is it? It's becoming night, but it's not night yet. I know there's a... Well, I mean, I knew she had to be a dragon because of that, but the concept that she was doing it to restore the Master Sword, I did find interesting. As I said before, depending on where it's located too, I'm quite curious. If the how do I put this? Because of the way the game works, I'm still wondering, like, depending on where the Zonai situation is set in the timeline, we could potentially have up to 3 Master Swords at the same time existing, which I think would be funny. So I am curious as to where they actually implemented it, because technically they haven't specified. They just made it clear that it was history. Oh, crap. Alright, it is night. The moon is rising. I hope there's nothing by my... There's something by my bed. Alright, sleep. Sleep. Well, sort of. Could die. Just die, man. He died to fire. Oh, but he did kill a cow! Sorry. Very funny. But yeah, no, I do agree. I just still had to go do the fight anyway, because, yeah, because I couldn't find where she was, because I knew her pattern, but fair enough. Alright. Since I'm at the top here... Alright, I'm gonna get a light in here. And here. What do you mean? I mean, you can get it as soon as you have all your stamina. Or potentially when it's glitched, but if I had to assume... Alright. I believe it. I'm not denying that fact. My problem was, even if I knew her schedule, if I didn't know when to look for her, or where, it kind of became next to impossible. That's hilarious. Well, then you don't even need the stamina, I guess. You just need to have enough stamina food. Sounds about right, though. They'll probably fix it. Wait, what's shooting at me? And from where? Did he shoot at me from below? I bet he did. What's the time? Yeah, I need to keep the clock out. Yeah, okay, so he shot at me. Oh, is there a way up? Is there actually a way up? Because it didn't look like it. Yeah. Alrighty. But that's pretty funny that even if you don't have all your stamina, you could still get it. Figures. Zelda doesn't think to check for those things. Unlike the Deku Tree, which is why he was in charge and not her. Let's be real. Also, are there caves up there? No. Cool. Oh, there's a skelly behind me. There's a dark corner. That was close. Well, yeah, there probably are. After all, the idea is that she was just flying high enough we couldn't see her. But as I was saying, technically, if you think about it, there was potential. If the zone of events happen before Skyward Sword, we could have 3 going around at once. That's why I'm saying I want to know. But I find myself like, it's a goofy, not exactly headcanon, because it's not really. But I just think it'd be funny to have it be that, yeah. The idea that you could have 2 Master Swords going around at once, then you can go up to... There could have been 3 Master Swords going around at once. Alright, I need to clear out stuff. So I've already got to clear this out, right? Or wait, no, this is the part that I'm not clearing out? No, it totally is. Yeah. It does look super cool, I do agree. I do wish they'd actually gone with it being 60 power, though. I'm gonna be honest. Instead of just hiding the fact that it's still 30. But it does look really cool, I do agree. Yeah, it doesn't say it. Yeah. I noticed it because I was like, number of hits compared to other weapons, and I was talking to Maltseer, and agreed, yeah, it is in fact 30. So there is that. Legit, just hiding it instead, basically. Rather than just, you know, upping it. for the fully repaired version. It feels a little weird to be like, it's at its height now, the best it could ever be, and then it's still 30. It's like, okay, bizarre choice, but you know, I'm not the one doing this stuff, I guess. I need better tools. Also, I need to dump dirt. By the way, in case you're curious as to what I am partially doing other than going through and lighting up caves ridiculously a lot, I am flattening everything for the eventual city. Also, why does it have to rain? Also, apparently I'm probably going to make a spawner farm. Huh? Oh, it's not torture. It's going to be a more dystopian style. It's going to be huge. You're going to have the tall buildings, and you'll have ruined buildings, and then you'll have, like, potentially upper class elite maybe up there. Could be cool. I just think it'd be cool to have. Stylistically. Nice. Very cool. But yeah, no, this is just intended for the express purpose of cleaning things out and all that. I need to go sleep. Well, like I said, I'm gonna go for a slightly dystopian style post-apocalyptic idea. But more along the lines of, like, it's more settled in. I've been trying to decide, will there be a wall between that or not? I think I am going to build a bit of a wall. Because I realized, like I said, there's this, and to have everything work the best it can, I kind of need it to go up a little bit. But either way, I'm going to be clearing out to here. But it's going to be city. There might be, like, some cyber, I guess, cyberpunk-esque, potentially. But overall, it's just going to be kind of, I haven't decided exactly. But that's okay, because I have to clear out a lot of stuff first. I have plenty of bone meal. And obviously I'll have to finish fixing things up, but basically the idea is going to be, I'm actually going to go grab some more shovels, but yeah, it is. I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I did find it. Bunny? Now we hope that nothing has died up here, because I have been so careful in the way, but you know what? Knowing villagers, they probably found a way. Alright, up we go, up we go. But yes, I did find the Hylian shield in the castle, I believe. I just don't remember where. So I couldn't tell you even if I if you wanted me to, so yeah. An iron golem spawned out here. Why? Well, like I've said before, it's meant to be a contrast, so there's going to be a lot more grays and stuff down there, although it might also have, like, bright colors for, signs and the like. A little bit, because I think it'd be cool. Or is it you? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab more shovels. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna do more, because like up here you have all the pinks and the bright colors and the vibes of this kind of thing, just being the general aesthetic. Very pink and planty, so I'm thinking down below it's gonna be more basically the people who couldn't afford to live up here, if you will. Or didn't, or also potentially just, I haven't exactly decided what the storyline would be, but effectively those that are up there are more, well, they at least appear better off in comparison. Doesn't mean they are. Did I actually let this up down here? Yeah. But it looks like they're better off than the people of the city. Legendary bow? I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, by what you mean, do you mean in the game, or do you mean, like, what's considered legendary throughout the series? What do you mean? Well, I mean, technically there's Link's bow. Because I believe, yeah. Because in Twilight Princess it talks about the bow he ends up picking up is the bow of the legendary hero. Oh, got chicken. And all that. So I think there's that. Other than that, not typically. I mean, Link just uses a bow that he either buys or finds in the middle of nowhere. But there's not usually anything specific to it. Yeah, he is. Link in Twilight Princess is the only one definitively confirmed to be a descendant. Specifically of the Ocarina of Time hero. Yeah. All the others are dubious potential. I mean, I would argue it still would make sense after all, certain features, all that jazz, blah blah blah. But as far as, like, definitively confirmed in-game, no, the only one that has any confirmation is, in fact, the Twilight Princess Link. Well, no, it is literally because you have the Spirits of Light literally calling him a descendant. If you pay attention. So, yeah, no, he totally is. He's also one of the few who, I would argue, definitively doesn't... You can guess who he probably ends up with, even though I know most of the people don't agree. I mean, for Pete's sake. If he's gonna hunt for... Anyway, but yeah, no. He's like the only one confirmed to have any bloodline. It's why the, it's so confusing. Because, yeah, the Shade is meant to be the hero of time, probably. But even then, he still refers to the Twilight Princess Link, I believe, as such to some extent. And heck, even the fact they both appear as wolves within this world, there's lots of clues to that effect. And being most specific, what the Shade says is he was never able to teach his descendants. Again, this goes back to my theory that the reason they can't have another game would be that Link ends up siding with the Gerudo, i.e. because most likely Malon, as considering Farmer Boy Twilight Princess Link there is a descendant most likely, and knows upon a song specifically. There's a pretty big implication as to who Link ends up with. But if you were to assume that during the war between the Hylians and the Gerudo, potentially individuals like Malon would also be gone after, you could assume that Link would definitively probably join the side that's against that. Besides that, he's also a hero. He's not going to necessarily side with the ones you'd view as villains, which in this case would probably not be the Gerudo. You could argue, oh, they started the war, but then considering the fact that in Twilight Princess it is confirmed that they were tortured and kind of genocided to some extent. The Gerudo specifically. Which would definitively not be the kind of person that the hero is likely to... The ones that would do that are not who the hero would side with. For all of Ganondorf's evilness, he's technically pretty fair, all things considered. As he doesn't really hide his intents. And I mean specifically the Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, obviously, not all Ganondorfs. Was it? But obviously that's just a theory that would be the case. And one that I don't think anybody else prescribes to, but... So what other question you got? That's exactly what I was saying. There's a lot of evidence that, at least to some extent, the Hylians potentially tortured, and beyond that, genocided the Gerudo people. Based around the Arbiter's Grounds dungeon, in which well, I don't know how to explain this while being to some extent. But it's not necessarily, like I said, it's technically it would cause the Gerudo people to side with Ganondorf even harder, ironically. If you think about it, because after all, part of his stance, as stated in Wind Waker, he's the same Ganondorf, so... But his stance is that he was trying to basically get something good for his people, too, is where he started from. Which, I mean... Yeah, they are the same Ganondorf. This is how you can know what his motives were in Ocarina of Time. It talks about how the desert, basically the heat, the lack of food, the it killed his people. And then he looked at the Hylians. He wanted that for himself and his people to some extent. Didn't make him a good person about his methods, but at the same time. It didn't change the fact of what he had done in that, because that one's the one where he has actually done something. Ironically, in Twilight Princess, if you think about it, Ganondorf hasn't done anything yet when the Hylian people start going after, or the Hylian armory start attacking them. Hello! That's fair. Alrighty. That's fair. Alrighty. It's a pleasure having you in. But, yeah. Like, if you think about it, technically, Twilight Princess Ganondorf never had a chance to do anything evil. After all, a child came in and said, "Oh, he's going to do bad things in the future," and so they outright attacked, banished, blah blah blah. Again, doesn't make his intentions good, but you can see where, from not just his side, but his people's side specifically, why he would side with, why he would attack more after that point. My big point, though, is that, like I said, I don't think Link would have ended up siding with the Hylians in the war. Well, yeah. I mean, considering the fact that seems to be some heavy implications, he was forced to listen as his people were tortured and killed. Yeah, he'd have reason to be angry. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah. What I was gonna say is, like I said, I could see Link siding with the Gerudo, or potentially trying to talk Zelda and the Hylian people out of what would essentially be genocide. And, I mean, well, I just don't think he'd be walking out of that conversation alive. If you will. And that's a big reason. I would not be shocked if there was not like another game if it was that reason, because it's just like, that would be a dark, overall, I think there's only two. One of which is the Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf, and one of which is Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, because every other iteration is derived of that Ganondorf. Except for maybe there's supposed to be like one in the Four Sword Hero, that Ganondorf I think is a different Ganondorf, but that's like the only one that's potentially different. Other than that, it's basically 2 or 3. And he doesn't actually appear in human form, he's just described as being once human. So, I think. I don't even think that's in the game, it's only in the manga, but there's some continuity similarities. It would be interesting. I don't think they would go to that, though, because you gotta remember, the Kingdom of Hyrule has to have been formed. Alright. Yeah, I need to go over here on this side instead. Or rather, just formed, rather than having existed for a long time. Which can't be the case if it was the Ocarina of Time Ganondorf. I would argue instead that if we assume that Demise is potentially also a iteration of Ganondorf, that Demise, to some extent, and not exactly, but to some extent, and the Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf could be the same Ganondorf. But that's why I was saying I could totally see the Zonai stuff taking place before the Demise stuff. After all, it would also explain why Hylians, who clearly just would stand and fight to some extent, would cower in fear at the sight of him. After all, somebody who supposedly was killed and sealed by their king, or the Zonai, right? Reappearing. Alive and fine. I could totally see that being like, you can't kill him, he'll always come back. And causing that kind of fear. So that's why I go with, I wouldn't be shocked that if that was like the way the timeline is. But it doesn't confirm anything. It just would fit well, and it would be funny because then you got the whole idea that the Master Sword existed in 3 places at one time. But yeah. Did I miss one up here? Yeah, I did. Like, I could still see it happening. Just in the sense of, it fits well. It'd also give Hylia effectively the ability to come up with an idea of, like, well, let's send them to the sky. Because that doesn't really make sense either, storyline-wise. Or potentially the events of sending the Temple of Time up also coincide to some extent with the raising of the... But either way, like I said, I could totally see them going for, just with everything else shown in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, with the idea that the Zonai came first, and then came the Skyward Sword, Hylian, all that jazz. You could disagree, because honestly, it's just a thought. A potential. A theory. And a pretty crazy, wacky one at that. Well, because it's all the same Master Sword, they can't interact. You can't have them appear at the same time or the same way. Effectively, the only way they exist all at the same time is because it's in stasis. But when the Master Sword's not in stasis, then effectively, even if it does technically exist, that would probably lead to that would be the destruction of the world, if you will, the timeline and all that. Also, why are there two of you out here now? There's no monsters. But, like, and also you'd have to know that there were two in a space of time together. After all, who could guess that there's a flying dragon carrying a sword around, or the only person who'd know that potentially the Master Sword had been sealed there all along would be Impa in Skyward Sword. Oh, he killed me. That's fine. I can get my stuff back. I thought I was high enough, but apparently I was not. I can get more XP though, soon. I'll have an XP farm. I just have to, build it. But there's no mobs gonna be here either, and he's gonna forget that he is mad at me. Because of the nature of, iron golems. To be honest, it reset my food bar, which is fine. That's good. Anyway. But yeah, no, I think the real answer, like I said, is it's potentially possible. It's not guaranteed. Obviously, otherwise, they definitively would have leaned into it more. Potentially, but as a potential overall, I do think that it's potentially possible that, it could be possible that the Zonai stuff just takes place beforehand. Anyway, like I said, but it doesn't have to be agreed upon. Because different people can get different things out of the same stuff. And that's A-okay. No, technically, yeah, Master Sword. That's funny. That is hilarious. I haven't done anything with that, but that sounds absolutely ridiculous. Alright. How did... oh, he must have gone on this. Oh. Hi. Again, why are you talking to this cat? Alright. This dude thinks he can... Only reason he's stuck here is because he annoyingly does not stick around. If he was willing to... Actually... Yeah. Yeah, and see, you want this stuff. You weirdo. Boop. Let's go get ridiculous numbers of emeralds. That again. Why don't you go into... Go work at your workstation. Which I know you haven't done yet. See, that's the thing. This guy has still not gone to his workstation for the day. You? Scooch, to your workstation. You think I'm fooled? Pfft. Yeah, I know you're not the, Go on, down you go. Under normal circumstances, maybe. But in this case, the dude picked the job. I didn't pick his job. And then he'll go across to the other side of the village, forget his workstation, forget his bed, forget everything. And then he's literally unfindable. And notice, he doesn't want to work. He wants to be a nitwit. Would you rather I killed him? Or I just kept him where he's okay? Dude, stop trying to go upstairs. There's nothing for you up there, because it's not... You are not a nitwit. Notice, the other guy just worked. I'm not gonna punch him. One, that would make the trades worse. Two, stop it. I should just trade the other guy up to string, try and get spiders. I could probably make a spider farm, actually. If I had to guess specifically. Just knowing how... Nope. Where do you think you're going? See, look, he's not working. Oh, wait, he did work. He worked. Ugh. Yeah, you finally worked. I don't know how you did it, but you worked. Guess he can work from the stairs. The weirdo. No. Yeah, I am trying to get stuff done. You... It's not my fault, Mr. Villager, that you don't want to do your job. It's your job now. Go do your job. Do your job. Come on. It's right there. Are you trying to say you have to work there, mister? No, see, like he actually... Yeah, your job is down here. What do you know? Did you actually click on it? No. Also, I could just take away his bed too if I really wanted to be cruel, but I don't do that because... Yeah, there's no way to get out up here. I've made sure of it. I actually worked on that one. So that you guys wouldn't die. Go on, over here. Unless you think this is yours. Which it shouldn't be. Thank you. Ugh. There. Oh yeah, and of course, last one. There. Let's see, he gets all the emeralds. Think about it. He wants all the sticks, and I'm giving him the sticks. He's giving me emeralds, and then literally I just have to come over here, because I need... See, it's not you. Where's he gone? Has he gone run off? No. He might need money, but I can't really buy anything from him. These guys I can, because I need shovels, but... I can't really do the same for the one guy. I would give him money. I really would. I think he... But I already have infinity on my bow. And all that. And I mean, like I said, I could just kill him. I would potentially even do so, if not for the fact that, like, I don't want to kill them. Also, I've been trying to decide if I want to actually make this go farther back and make this a building. Here, would I do that? Ow. Ow. Alright, for it to go out 4 that way... How far out would I have to go? Alright, let's see. Considering, basically, that would be 4. Ow. I could actually, if I was willing to remove all of this instead, I could, in fact, have a building here, potentially. Like, it's just stop short. Enough that you can't jump onto the thing. In fact, I could go up to here instead, and it would look potentially good. Especially if I added in, like, a wall. As I've mentioned, I'm thinking of doing. What do you think? Do I work around this down here, or do I actually end up going all the way back here and adding, like, another building for the spawner farm when I'm building that? What do you think? Hiya, if you're still here. I hope you are. You think it's better to work on the building? Well, no. What I meant is, do I cut this out to, like, here instead? And then give it, like, a wall up to here? Yeah, or do I leave this down here like this? Because part of what I was doing was, I was trying to give, like, a little bit. But then I was already thinking it looked a little bit bad, but I wasn't sure. Or rather, I liked the shape. But I don't like how... Well, either way, I'm going to clear out, like... But it's not going to be natural. It's going to be a city. See, all of this is still going to get cleared out up to here anyway. And my problem is, my spawner farm is here, or where I'm going to build it. And I don't know if you know this, but yeah. So instead, I'm wondering if what I should do is I should just clear that out all the way. I'm gonna, anyway, it's gonna all be this flat because it's a city, but... And then I can have a building to bring up the stuff and down and all that. Because it's kind of necessary. Because I didn't realize that with, yeah, but looking it up specifically for Java, I mean, yeah. Well, no, I know. I'm gonna do that either way. Have I gotten far enough away? I've gotten far enough away. No, I haven't. How far do I have to go? I need to go this way. Because the defense is going to go towards the village. Potentially. And I just need to get away from them. I think I despawned them. Alrighty. Now I just run fast from my bed. There. I mean, yeah, I'm doing that either way. I am clearing it all out and all that jazz. Apparently there was a zombie up there. Actually I might, yeah, I probably will clear that out actually up there. If zombies are gonna form up there. Make it harder to get up here. Yeah, you. Alright, it's gonna be more work, but I think it'll be more satisfying overall in the end. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Maybe I should get, like, an enchanted shovel. Not that, but... yeah, no, I know. So, since that's gonna be the case, I'm just gonna... honestly, I'm not gonna have to fill in a whole lot anyway, because of the nature of it. Being all the way down there. But yeah, I'll have to come up with it. Well, for now I can just go around, but I'll have to come up with another way to get up there. I may or not have a lot, or may not have a bit of dirt. But honestly, I think it would be more satisfying to look at as well. To potentially have a wall, and potentially even have the way up be, like a water, column. So, yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to clear out where I think it'll be good. There we go. And like this. Because honestly, there's a lot of caves over here anyway, and this would probably be better to just clear this out. That way it's just less. Clearing, cleaning. Alright. And if I'm figuring how I'm going to do this is I'm going to just have a bit of a wall. About... yes, hello, bunny. Maybe here instead. Straight line across. Yeah, I have actually. I've brought it up before. I don't know what mods to do though, and the like, and I'd have to look into it a bit. But I have thought about it before. I've thought about doing like a few different types of series. Like I could also do a Bedrock series because you can see how things are very different on Bedrock as well, potentially. But yeah, I've also thought about modded. I've thought about ow. A few different things. Also, I have to decide what to do with all this dirt. Other than to expand down as well, because I am going to go down here, but that would actually also be better to have this all cleared out too. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Arnoldcraft. That's one of the ones I've been thinking about maybe doing, if I could figure out how to get it to work and all that, with my computer and all that. But I do think it would be quite the treat to try and do that, because it'd be, well... me dying every 5 minutes. I, I have no chance to be not brave. Rather, I'd have no chance to be a coward. It could be quite fun. I have thought about it. You mean CurseForge? Specifically, when you say Forge, I think that's where it's at. But I've also looked at doing something with some of the fabric mods as well that are a little bit more just making the world look cooler too as well. So I mean, there's a few different things I've been looking at. Or maybe I go here. Yeah, no, I know Fabric is, but I was saying because the Better Minecraft mod looks really cool with all the different biomes and stuff you can add, so that could be cool too to do something with that. But I mean, there's all sorts of options. That's the real answer. But yeah, no, I've thought about Autocraft. I thought about doing something maybe with Fabric instead. Because there's a lot of interesting looking mods with that. But I've been looking at. I'm curious about some other. But no, I have been thinking about it. I think there's a lot of intriguing options. Oh, that's right. It is this one. Alright. See? I've seen a few series on YouTube with that, and I thought, you know, it could actually be pretty cool to try that out as a mod. Mostly because I kind of want to play with it more than anything else. But, yeah, there's that, there's Autocraft, there's several I've seen that I thought looked interesting, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. But just have to figure out how to do it. And all that jazz. And if my computer could even run it. You gotta remember, the computer can barely run House Flipper. And has crashed on it. And that's not even Minecraft. But I would want to do something like that. Fair enough. No, I know. I get it. The computer is relatively good. It's just, it's been worked hard over the last several, months. And it occasionally has issues, but it might still work out, pending. And like I said, we can still try, because I do want to try and do modded. After all, I enjoy even, like, just when I'm playing on my little phone doing modded occasionally. Although it's hard to find good mods for Bedrock. But there's some really good ones out there. But, yeah, installing them is another deal. But yeah, no, like I said, I would not be against that at some point. And honestly, I'm still not entirely certain if it was just the House Flipper or if it was the fact that what is a game I could play over and over again? Well, there's Stardew Valley. I like doing that one. But I don't think that's the kind of game you want to watch. But other than that, well, I enjoy enjoy games like Monopoly. But that kind of requires multiple people. Hence why I haven't played it on here. Or games like Uno, but again, part of the problem is games I definitely play over and over. Or have in the past, at least. They kind of require multiplayer in a way that I don't really have the ability to do. But let me think. Other than that, I mean, obviously I've played Skyward Sword multiple times. I still love it. To this day. I don't know. There's several games I have. I haven't done that in a pretty long time, so I don't really have anything specific. Does drawing count? I draw all the time. More than gaming, at least. And if it's just something simple, yeah, drawing. Art. Making an art piece out of, I mean, it is a hobby, that is true. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, things I do over and over, that's kind of what I do. I do that in reading. I mean, have you seen my starting soon screen? I don't think so because, well, starting soon. I only do it for about a minute, but so I just have it as I'm finishing getting ready. But I did that one. I'm currently, as I've said before, working on the technical difficulties one. But I don't know. I guess I would. But again, see, most of the things that I've enjoyed are things that I don't think people would count as games in that sense. For example, I have tortured my siblings with Guess the Artist by like a song whenever a new song comes out by an artist that we listen to. But I don't really. Mostly because it's like you can typically tell by the stylus and stuff. But again, that's more like just leaning into the music thing. I do art, but art isn't really a game. That's my problem. Writing prompts I've enjoyed in the past, but that's not really a game in that way. See, that's the thing. I'm trying to think like game-wise that I've played. I mean, I've played a few phone games, I guess, but most of them are pretty meh. What was I coming up here to get? Other than shovels. Yeah. Reading. Fair enough. Like I was saying, though, I just don't... Is it you? No. You. I just don't really think about doing that kind of thing in that way. If you will. Heck, I mean... That's just really it. Like, I have hobbies, but I don't typically play too many games outside of, I mean, I do play Minecraft, again, on my phone. And Stardew Valley, again, on my phone. Just because I can. It's portable, and it's... having to stay off the computer doesn't really lean itself towards playing other games and stuff on the PC or the Switch. Just... and yeah, I actually tend to like a lot of more, IRL games that you really can't play. Alright, I guess I have to do it like this. But yeah, no, I mean, that's really what I can think of at the moment. It's just... Clue is fun. It could be a little bizarre. But it can be fun in that you have to solve the... But it's definitely the kind of game that's more enjoyable if you like board games like Monopoly. But as a detective game, it's quite fun. Even though I'm not terribly good at it. We're gonna go over here. How far should I go? Just to start. I'm thinking up to here, because this is where I've gotten it up to so far. I'm gonna be going back this far later as well, but this is just a start. And it will give me the idea I need for how much space I'm gonna need. Thought I saw something down there, but I did not. Let's see. If we were talking about in the past, I mean, when I was younger kind of style, I did play a lot of Pets Cats too, over and over, but it's a pretty long time ago. Cool. That's a pretty cool game. Like I said, I like board games, so I think that's a pretty fun game. Let me see. But, I mean, to be fair, in my case, like... We had no gaming systems in the house until I ended up winning one from a contest years back. So, while we had... No, I was still in, it wasn't like high school or anything, but old enough that at that point, mostly I'd been doing books and stuff at that point. So, I mean, it's part of why my first Zelda really was, like, Skyward Sword and stuff. But, yeah. Therefore, interest-wise, I kind of just started getting in on the, reading and stuff instead. Oh, that's right. I was going to breed up cows. I just remembered what I was doing up there. Well, I can still do so. I also do already have some food cooked, but I need more cows. Anyway, but yeah. It's just kind of how it goes. Dude. And honestly, I'm fine with that. It allowed me to develop already. Alright. So let's just quickly, grab that wheat I was coming for. Also, because of the nature, what we do is we grab here like that. Yeah, just there. Actually, I should probably move this over. Did I pick it up? I can jump onto this, right? Nope. Okay. 1 second, cows. Yeah, I have one. Haha. 1 second over, cows. You're back? I see. I need to breed cows up. But I need to figure out how to do this. You know what? We're gonna do this like this, and then we're gonna do this like this. Alright, I need to get out and to go to bed. Kinda, yeah. I really need a more, better option, but haven't come up with that yet. I mean, I know, I can figure it out, but mine's asleep. For now, until I do something more, I mean, are you? I mean, what are they gonna do? I mean, to be fair, give me the goods, guys. Alright. I mean, this is just... Alright, I can hop out here. Bring the... Oh, I just realized I don't have my, There we go. Alright. There we go. Alright, I just realized I don't have my shield on. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. See, it's just so I could separate them out so I don't run out of food. Honestly, you shouldn't be like judging me. You should be judging Mojang that encourages it based on the nature of how it is. After all, I mean, considering how hard it is to just live. No, they don't do that necessarily, but they do kind of make it where you gotta eat all the time. And the best food to have, other than golden carrots, which I have nothing... I'll eventually be able to get that, but like right now, no way. I have to level up my villages and hope that they're the well, actually, I don't know about on Java, but on Bedrock, the only way to get the those golden carrots is to get lucky, because they don't give you that option to have both. Honestly, if I'm being totally honest, I feel like part of where I'm more just like, there's no real point in doing it is my Bedrock experience, which, therefore, because they encourage you there to basically just, the nature of it, is to just murder cow. After all, you're you're not gonna get those golden carrots you want. Unless you have a certain mod in place at least. But then that's counted as, well, a lot of people count that as cheating. I don't fully disagree, but it is frustrating. I mean, honestly, they still probably have it where you have it. It's the luck of the draw, but it's like, by the time you get to it, you're just got your cow farm, and it's just not worth it to go and fully upgrade the villagers and all that. But yeah, no, I mean, plus, there's no minuses to keeping them like that, and honestly, space-wise, you kind of need to. So otherwise, they take up a lot of space. I mean, think about it. To have them in real-world conditions that would be good and not bad, you'd have to have... Is it? I mean, it's a video game, to be fair. Not a real-life scenario. I wouldn't do it in real life. But what I'm saying is, for that many cows to have enough space, comfortably. Also, I still give them grass. You don't even have to do that because they're cows. But for what would be considered a reasonable amount of space and all that, let's see. For that many cows, you'd probably need, for comfortably, most of the space I've cleared out down there for that many cows. Just to give you an idea. And potentially more. So, real world conditions are not in place. Honestly, I kind of do wish they had more things like that. That'd be interesting to have, or... like... quality of life for cows is... helps determine things and all that and such. So you enjoy doing a redstone cow farm is even worse than what I'm doing. Because that's less than 25 cows. There. And well, you might not go your limit. You're going to be basically... Is it? Yeah, but I don't think the cows agree. You're going to complain about me keeping them in a pen that size. Then keeping them in a 1-block hole to 4-block hole, effectively, I would assume would be even worse. That would make sense, although the president really... The point is, I'm just saying in general, though, for what they have chosen to do in the base vanilla game, not a mod, it more honestly, it encourages you to basically have them in a like I said, 1-to-1 to 4-to-4 size hole, in which the babies drop down below. So that you can kill them with lava for the most efficiency. So again, I don't think mine is as bad as that, but... Yep, exactly. It is super weird. Heck, beyond that part of why they don't give so many of their endangered animal things drops is so that you won't feel encouraged to do it in the real world. Heck, the fireflies thing. I mean, the fact is, overall, it's weird because the reality is it's basically fake for the sense of keeping your ratings a certain level and all that, if you will, or. But I mean, clearly they don't really care. But the real answer is then don't either have it the one way or you don't. Oop. The reality is, honestly, I have no problem with cows being killed in that way. I think it's fine. It's a video game. It's not real. But I also think it's fine to have sharks be a neutral mob. Yep, exactly. Hytale has a chance at least, but they have to actually come out with a game. And honestly, with each update, they'll have a higher and higher chance if they can just get out the game before Mojang finally does come out with something decent that's full on. I mean, to be honest, what they should have done is had like a trailer come out again, like right after 1.20 came out, or really about this point in time where people are running out of things to do, and most of the things are just kind of. It'd have been a good time to do it. I don't think they have the best business decisions, though, which is its own concern for the game. Because if you know what it's going to look like and stuff more now, this is the time to put out trailers. You don't even have to put a release date on it, right? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they have. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, that's everywhere and everything. And then you'll have the people who throw a fit, like, they're working so hard. It's like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. You could say that they're working hard, but at the same time, the question isn't, are they working hard, but are they working effectively and smart? If the whole idea is putting the items out there for people to send back their feedback, then listen to it. Kind of thing. Don't claim you're listening for feedback, and then many of the things brought up don't get addressed at all. Ever. Heck, I mean, think about it. The flushing table still has no use. Other than to be a villager thing. Like, why leave it in? And honestly, I would go with they really need more types of villagers. Not because you need more types of villagers specifically, and most people aren't going to even use them, but at the same time, to have the workstations that can work as well. Like I said, I think the real issue is it's not efficient work. You can have a lot of work, but if it's not efficiently done, and continuing to blame it on different things all the time, and when someone brings up why that doesn't make sense, you change your thing. That is where I'm like, it's weird to do that. But like I said, I just think the real answer is it's just stubbornness. It's like, so what if the average Minecraft player suggests perhaps that this could be better? It's not their game. They aren't the one making the work. Therefore, because Honestly, that is where it feels like it's coming from. It's like, and I'm gonna go here. This biome, while it's pretty, is very underwhelming after what? How's it been? 2 months? Not even? Like, it was pretty at first, but, like, that's about it. If there's nothing specifically special other than having the pink trees and these flowers, and honestly, this color of grass that's not very nice as an overall. I mean, I know some people like it, but, like, especially when you consider that all the areas around it are going to have more of this color, it's very bizarre. I think that's where I go with it. Because that's the choices they made. They leaned into just doing just that. Nothing else specific with it. And as I said before, I wish that they would just do a more central updates. The real answer is, like, I think people would have been satisfied if they got 20 types of trees, and that's, like, it. You have, like, biomes with these 20 different types of trees. Nothing specific. Maybe you add a new, like, boss in one of these areas to flesh it out more, but... And then there you go. You have... Heck, maybe you add a little structure. Again, just one of the biomes that you would add, potentially. Rather than trying to have something specific everywhere, make more biome-centric things. And have 2 or 3 biomes. Heck, I would say they should have like their competition they have for the April Fool's thing, right? But instead have a like coming up with biomes. Or coming up with specifically like mobs to add. And then leaning into like the top maybe 10 that are picked. Which I'm sure they'll say that, but it doesn't feel like that because basically you're just picking 1 or 2 things of each. But like one thing, and then maybe the next update has more leaning into like something survival or boss level if you're gonna do one that's like biomes and trees. Because that's kind of what they were doing up until basically 1.19. If you look at it, you know? 1.13, especially if you go from 1.13, but even before that, still you had colorful blocks, or you had adding trees. But basically you could have, like, maybe updating forest so that you have, like, maybe 2 or 3 more types of trees in the forest, but it's still just the forest biome. Maybe you do another upgrade on the village where you add a few more of the villagers that clear, or at least the workstations that would be considered decent, such as a woodworking table. Something similar to the stonecutter. Maybe you add arenas that appear around the area, but you'll also know that it's not a place to go into if you don't want to go fight the boss. And it gives semi-decent loot. It doesn't even have to be great loot. But it could be something unique, like maybe it makes... Like, maybe one of the, you could have a underwater coliseum that would have a boss that maybe drops something that gives you water breathing, but it's still got, like, a durability rating or whatever, but you have the ability to keep it going longer than just a potion. Maybe they upgrade potions, adding the ability to instead add, like, other... Yep, and I'm not denying that Guardians are pretty underwhelming. I'm just saying, like, if they're going to do more of a boss-type monster, they're both... There's things that are good about Guardians and things that are not. I mean, after all, you get plenty of them and they can't kill you. But when you consider what people specifically ask for, when you look at this, that's where I'm kind of going with it. Like, and this would be a way to have many updates that would all feel fleshed out, but not necessarily be even as like strenuous. Because think about it, if you're adding what 20 wood types, you're basically copying pasting code for the most part, right? Like that's what 90% of that would be. Yes, you'd have the art required for each of these things, but that would just be it. It'd just be trees. Again, you can have a lot of copy and paste to that. Adding maybe types of mobs that can show up in different areas that have different variants, rather than all being the same. Again, it's still kind of more of your base copy and paste. It's the kind of thing I think would have been more accepted. And yes, you'll still have people who don't like that method either, but as an general rule, it would feel far less underwhelming instead of looking at, yeah, okay, we got 2 mobs, maybe we got a couple plants, but most of the plants are never going to be seen unless you get the 1 mob. Exactly, more life. Honestly, something I think Bedrock does well that Java doesn't, that they could add, honestly, is fallen trees and add more like variants even. It adds a lot of life to a forest without doing too much overall work. You wouldn't even have to adjust the model because the reality is the tree's just fallen over. That's literally it. Because you got a stump and some logs on the ground. But it feels more alive. And it's nice because if you don't want to go looking for saplings or leave a flying tree or whatever, you don't have to. You can just do what you need. Again, I know I'm saying this as a Bedrock enthusiast, but... or rather more of a Bedrock enthusiast. More color, honestly. But they don't have to add more color necessarily. They could add more flowers that give the same colors as the ones that already exist, but just... I mean, they already did that with the torch plant. But if it's more like in general, like, oh, we're adding a bunch of flowers, it wouldn't feel as... but you could have added special effects to them. Doing a farming update. I mean, that would be great for everybody involved. Or you could add new types of plants that are crop plants. You could add new types of trees that are fruit plants. Each of those things could have something that builders could enjoy. You could add a new type of mob that would potentially go after your crops that you need to stop. People who like that kind of survival element would enjoy. I mean, here's the thing to look at. I looked at this like multiple times. Like, people continue to go off and go, oh, it's not loading. But you're correct. They kept making new games. Then they had to hand them off to other studios because, yeah, they did fail. That is true. The problem is they're so focused on trying to get dungeons and legends and blah, blah, blah. It's the base game, the game that most people are here for, falls apart. And the thing is, I honestly, like, I know there's people who go, oh, it's actually Microsoft. I don't think so. Because when you look at most of the terrible decisions, they just let you blame Microsoft for it. But they also never confirm it. They're like, well, maybe. In reality, it's like... I think the other thing that's a problem is they added modders. Yeah, thank you. To the team. And it's not a bad thing necessarily, but they don't work... when they state it's very different, then why are they being hired? And I'm not saying that their ideas aren't great. They're cool. But at the same time, notice how much longer it took to implement those things than doing simple things. And again, I go back to, and then they're the ones the most advocating the whole, it's not the same. So it's like, okay, if it's not the same, then that's problematic. If you're not working with the same style of code and everything, in its own way, it looks great for like going, look, we hire people from the community, but that's where I go with that, because that's the other thing I've noticed a lot of. You know? It's like, maybe hire some people who are actually developers, who do this kind of game and stuff, if it's not the same thing. You could still hire modders as well, but you need to also be hiring for your new people who do work with these types of games beforehand. And will have a better idea of how to implement it. The biggest problem with Bedrock is they won't fix it. And whenever they have there's somebody states leave something in because it's decent, they remove it. Because they don't listen to the people of Bedrock. They only listen to Java. Yes. Like I said, you can find mods for Bedrock. It's just very difficult to do so because most people don't want to work with the program. And those that decide they do, well, they want to get paid, which is fine, but at the same time, it does limit the amount of, like, and I mean, obviously Java modders want to be paid too, but I mean more along the lines of they want to be paid in a more official manner, if you will, rather than check out my Patreon, if you will. And, yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I do occasionally play modded on Bedrock, like, for my own free time. But you don't really, see as many, how do I put this without, just in general. And many of the mods will actually just, like, be like, yep, we're making a version of the Java mod, we got permission, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, I hope they actually did. Because that's the real question, is, like, is it actually legit? But beyond that, they make it very clear they don't listen to the people of Bedrock. I think that's something different. It's a really big issue. And there's even an example in the most recent update. Yes, they finally added the crouching and the crawling, sort of. It's still not perfect. At the same time, though, they removed a recipe that, to be honest, was pretty innocuous, but useful for people who just, in all honesty, were playing more casually. And no, it's not the netherite thing. That's not that. Most people are like, yeah, that just means I won't be getting it. But I mean, they removed the ability to put a horse in a boat because, oh, horses don't fit. While at the same time adding in the, well, turtles go in boats. Because that was a bug that they couldn't do that. They removed the cobwebs to string recipe because I'm still not sure why. It's things like that, or it's like, true. I do agree. I mean, obviously, it's what kind of saved their game, and they know it. I think the biggest question is, who does Mojang think they're serving as a customer? So as you pointed out, Skyrim and Fallout, yeah, they both, but they knew who their customer base was, so they said, yep. But then I don't know who is supposed to be the Minecraft customer base. Is it supposed to be? Yep. Because, honestly, if mods worked like that on the marketplace, I think people would be more okay with it, actually. One of the biggest issues is you have to have a map specifically for, unless it's a skin pack. You can't just take the mod and go to another world and use it. Nope, that's not acceptable on Bedrock. Unless, of course, you don't do it through the marketplace, at which point there's no point to it existing on there. It's things like that. And like I said, I like the game. I enjoy playing it. I just find it so strange what they decide to keep in, what they decide to not to, what they decide to update, and what they decide not to. What they decide to remove, what they decide to add. Most of these things feel very strange. As far as choices. That is true. But they should also know that. I mean, considering most of the big Minecraft series are adults playing the game, and most of the audience for that are people that are potentially, definitively, usually at the youngest teens. Maybe it's full family, but the point is, you do not get as much kids anymore, in a general rule. Thing is, it's questionable what they've decided is kid friendly, and one should be concerned about the things that. But the thing is, even if you go to the mascot horror and stuff as being considered kid friendly, at the same, it's really not. They do market their toys, but they're like, they also don't necessarily expect the kid to go play their game. After all. And the thing is, this isn't even a new thing, you know? Even back in the day, even if the thing was not for necessarily for kids, you might market toys around it because, you know, kids will like the toys. And then parents will think that it's or rather at least recognize the name because, you know, think about it, I think there were Stargate toys. I'm pretty sure. And you can go into other old TV series as well. Games are just another medium to that. And Roblox, they've got other issues, let's be real. But no, I think the real answer is deciding that it's like assuming that anime is for kids. Or just for kids, or cartoons are just for kids. Because I know that they were trying to get, like, servers that are public servers to ban guns even, and it's like, but that doesn't make any sense. Heck, banning bad language, and I think you're right. Supposedly, at least, it's for kids, but at the same time, they add all sorts of references and things that kids are not necessarily going to get. As flash text and stuff, so there's no point in adding it. Unless you assume that your player base is going to get the joke. Or reference. Which again falls into, but then that's quite something to assume that that's not your... And yeah, considering a lot of kids nowadays, and heck, even back in the day, will play games that are not necessarily intended for them. I mean, you can add a little bit more scare to it. maybe not like. Yeah, how you do, fellow goods is definitely a good phrase for that. I do agree. Um. Okay, over here. Alright. Actually, let me do this. Hey, get back over here. I need one more. 2, 3 more. Eventually we'll get to the next level. But... yeah. I mean... Even if you assume your customer base is a kid, look at Nintendo games. They have no problem adding challenge. Heck, look at old games. So it's not that. I mean, well, I don't care for some of the... what I don't care for is... they've basically limited everything to, oh, it's the community. It's for the community. And then it's like, but is it? And honestly, I think at this point, they've actually probably got things so that even the, quote, community-led, like, polls and all that, or their voting, they probably have everything controlled by them as well. I mean, if you think about it. It's a community, but yeah, we control it. Exactly. The only ones who have any say are the ones who and then they'll be like, oh, it's not us, it's blah 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 when something that the community doesn't like happens. Or they don't even do that. They just let their defenders do that, honestly. And in all honesty, if you look at, like, really and truly changes the game, it is becoming less and less. It's... I think that's the thing to really look at. It's like, the Ocean updated the oceans. It's not great, but it's a lot better than what it was. The Village and Pillage update updated villages. It could be better, but it's relatively nice overall. And it did heavily improve villages. Another update is where you can start seeing things start to go downhill, honestly. So I don't think people remember. But the only reason they added the Basalt Delta was because when people found out that they weren't adding more, because it basically got leaked, that they weren't going to add any more biomes, the community threw a fit. And, I mean, then basically right after that, they're like, no, we have another biome. Just one, but it's one more that we didn't show, which is what we promised. And I mean, this is like where you have to go back to, really. It's like you think it's the Cave and Cliff or the 1.19, but it really goes back to 1.16. Where it's like, we have more biomes already. And it's like, nope. Three fits. They threw them in. But honestly, then they learned, oh, hey, we could do the minimal amount of adding, and they'll accept it. So then you get 1.17, 1.18, where it had to be split in half, and most of the features were still not in it. But people accepted it because, oh, you have COVID and stuff. Which... Still not sure that was a good reason, but you know what? I don't know. Because like I said, you could still see some of it in there before that point, or rather, where they. But like I said, you could see where they started to realize they could add less and less, and then you'd have people defending them. And I don't know who it is at Mojang. But, like, if you look at it, it's like... Then they realize, oh, we can split it in half, and people will just accept it. They split it even further, and further, and further. If you think about it, 1.20 is still features that were supposed to come in 1.17. Many of them. And heck, I would argue the sniffer was probably supposed to come in 1.19. Because I was looking, like, they swore that the people who did the art for the update, right, didn't have any idea, right? But think of it like this. If you look at the picture for that update, the third picture that was, if you will, it wasn't actually in the update, right? Was specifically the warm ocean ruins with the sand, which is where we find sniffers. So the conspiracy theorist in me says, I think that they were supposed to originally show up in 1.19. After all, they would have been part of archaeology. And that would have been 1.19 finishing up everything 1.18, other than maybe the bundle. I need to stop blaming mobile for that. That's not what it is. People have already figured out how to mod it so people on mobile could use it. Doesn't even take much thought. But point is, if you think of it like that, it actually makes a lot more sense. 1.19 would have been a bigger update. You would have had the frogs, you had but more specifically, you'd have had a few, maybe not everything archaeology, but you'd have had a few of the archaeology items added, and then you could slowly add more and more updates future coming through, right? It would also be another... let me fix that then. I do try to, but I couldn't tell. Anyway, but do you see what I mean? Is that better, by the way? It does get super loud. Like, I turn it down more. It just does not turn down. Alrighty. But no, like I was saying though, I feel like it almost looks like it was potentially you'd have the sniffer, which would fit in with 1.19 what they were doing. And it would explain why the people who were doing the art would think that you'd have warm ocean ruins in the picture. It would actually put everything together and feel more put together that way. It would even fit in with their theming of the wild update. After all, if you're adding a new mob that has never been seen before because it was a ancient mob, it would fit well, and it would feel less. Even if they didn't add in the birch biome, I think it would have been more acceptable to be like, okay, well, there's another mob that was added instead. But in this, maybe it wasn't done. I mean, although if you look at it, it hasn't really changed all that much since when it was first effectively shown off for a model and all that. It pretty much stuck to its not changing. They just didn't have everything plugged in. Which would make sense if you assume that it was something that they were going to do, that they scrapped it, and they were like, hey, we could do it after all. Heck, think about it. Allays were supposed to come in another update. But they didn't do them. So they brought them out for the next mob vote. Like I said, I feel like it actually would make a lot of sense. Again, it's a conspiracy theory. Don't take too much credit in it, obviously, but... yeah. I like I said though, I do just wish that they would have more really themed, not like not their fake theming of it's the aquatic update, or, well, not really the aquatic, but the caves and cliffs. Because, yeah. But just literally, just like I said, maybe just trees, maybe just. How about actually updating the birch forest? Literally. It doesn't take a whole lot. That's really where I'm left with, to have a decent update and still be a smaller update. Or be equivalent to what they have shown or done, but feel more overall. Like I said, doing 20 types of trees instead of doing the pots that honestly, again, I don't see it. I know it's meant for storytelling, but basically you could have, again, copy paste all the stairs, all the da 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 da, all that jazz, and have a lot of content. For relatively low effort. I mean, and I honestly am gonna be. Obviously, we're in desperate need of like a. Exactly, they're working like mod devs, not, and that's just it. It's not logistical. Not logistic. It's not. And beyond that, it's like they're specifically mobile games as well, because it's like, but they're not working on the schedule of a mobile game. Because if it was a mobile game, yeah, that amount of content would be considered acceptable. But that's because that's like the update for 2 months, not a year. You know? I feel like they're looking at like a mobile game and what their updates say, and they're also like, well, that's how much we could do. That's about right. And it's like, but that's for 2 months. Yeah. No, I do agree. There's always something missing. I think that's, again, fair. But, like I said, I feel like update-wise, all you, to make it feel like a full update, you just gotta keep it actually themed. Or do smaller updates more often. Again, 4 trees in or rather like 4 blocks in a month felt quite a lot when you gotta update like every month to 2 months. What's effectively the equivalent for once a year, rather, not equivalent, but more like what's effectively the equivalent of having those 12 months but split in half, and you only have like half that content. That's why it doesn't feel like a full update. Because logistically, it just needs more for a yearly update. Yep. And there's also that, adding the mod, like adding all these chat report stuff that doesn't make any sense, agreed. Because there's no reason. There's plenty of ability to assume that, of course, that people can figure out for themselves how to mod their own servers, or moderate their own servers, rather than just mod. But again, it just kind of goes down to the whole, and then when it was brought up, they just let people assume, of course, it's Microsoft. Yeah, exactly. It's controlled, it's thought out, it's done, and dusted with. Other people know how to handle themselves. After all, as many people have commented, they already dislike the fact that this whole like, Bedrock, literally, you can't write. Well, I mean, there's a whole meme about Bedrock, about the whole you can't write certain words like night. or have had that issue. Because it's just looking for certain letters. Or Japan. You cannot write Japan. But no, it's bizarre. It's weird. The real answer is the only community they're focused on is because again, it basically, from what I know about it, focuses on like the first 3 letters or whatever. Yes. 1 second. I'm gonna allow that because that is literally just, it's like, it's like, should we allow this? It's like, you're using it in the context it's not anything. I'm sure Twitch doesn't like it, but the reality is, that's just, yeah. I'm not saying it is or isn't. All I'm saying is, yeah, so you can't write even just something like Japan because it's considered offensive by the system, even though the system's just looking for certain things. They might have fixed it, but I don't think they did. I just don't write on signs and stuff very often, so I don't know. The fact that it was ever a thing should tell you more than anything. Yep. Well, they only care about certain things. I mean, considering that they allow other things as well, many of the other things, it's not shocking. But yeah, no, it is both bizarre and, if you will, cringe that is the case, yes. Anyway, it's the best word is mess, yes. Like I said, I just feel like I said, just before anything else, just going to the update thing. It feels like they're trying to infer that they're adding more and doing more work, and it is bizarre because it's like, but that's quite a bit of copy and paste that you could have done in a more how do I put this? Well, productive way. If you're gonna be like, oh, we're adding new items, do basic things like make it so that pots can have things in them. Like, I do question that. Why is it that the big pot can't have anything? It doesn't even make sense. And people brought it up and noticed. Then they basically ignored people and were like, it's fine as is. Why? I don't know. Yeah, no, they can't. You want me to show you real quick? They can't even have a sapling in them unless you add another pot to them. It's a flower pot. It's like world's most useless pot. That's literally just for, quote unquote, telling a story. Yep. Here, let me to prove it. Although I should probably sleep first, but Yeah, I'm gonna sleep and then I'll prove it. I mean, obviously this doesn't prove anything because of the nature of it, but me having the things look like they're in there. But that's my creativity. But no, that's just a basic pot. These have the little pots in them. Let me find one that doesn't have anything in it. Yeah, here. See? Yep, exactly. Because I feel like it's probably along the same lines as like the reason they won't add furniture, if I'm being honest. And you know what that is, right? Rather, there's their reason for not adding things like the ability to sit. I still find this as the dumbest thing ever. Seriously though, Dahaya, you do know the reason why, right? That you can't have furniture unless it's a mod? Because it would prevent the players from being as creative, basically. I'm paraphrasing, but that's literally what yeah. Because, yeah, creativity. It's about, because otherwise they can't be as creative. Yeah. It's like, it's stupid. Because honestly, let's be real. You can be totally creative. Yep. Because before they had, like, and the thing is, I mean, it's a reason why there's the joke that if modern, or rather, if the bed had not been introduced back then, it would have never been introduced, kind of thing, if you will. But if it had been the same people back then. I mean, surely you've heard at least that joke. But yeah, no, I mean, the real answer is it's like, who knows why. But it's basic stuff that, honestly, yeah. Because it would have a purpose. It says something specific. They yeah. But yeah, no. It's crazy. It's stupid. It's the kind of thing where it's like, that's fair. The only reason I even know these things is because they're so random. It's like, are you kidding me? And I mean, it's, again, as I've said, I could be wrong, but I've seen this stuff. And literally watched, it's just like, why? Can't you have furniture? Why can't you do something basic? Heck. What makes something to... But if you think about it, I mean, that's really it. It's a decoration piece that you can use, but you have to use your creativity to figure out how to make it work as anything other than just useless. And if maybe it was just only the shards or whatever, literally meaning the same thing, but has to have a different name because they must be special. And depending on where you look, even has the same pronunciation as shard. Ugh. It's stupid. Point being, logistically, it would have made sense to be able to have 2 tall flowers in the pots. They didn't do that. It would have made sense to do pretty much anything with the pots. They didn't. They just made it. It is definitely, yeah. It. The concept that there's things people want, but they can't. It's just like because you gotta just understand. It's why I go to. I feel like it's not just it's stubbornness. It's not laziness. It's stubbornness that really leads to this. Because if somebody states that they don't feel the same way, well, again, it's the whole thing. It's like I can say I find this update rather disappointing because I don't have very much that I actually would do in it. I've done everything I would do with the update. Heck, I mean, all it really ensured is that I'll never get netherite on a world from this point forward. Because unless I get, like, not even then, because I just do not care enough. Because the fact of the matter is, for the amount of effort it's required, you could just get new gear. Now, for less hassle, heck, even if you didn't have villagers, they can do tools with less hassle. You just replace your tools instead of having netherite. For like, if you randomly manage to find yourself in lava, and that's how you die. That's how I look at it. Yeah, because I mean, because they added the fact that now you need a specific template just to upgrade to netherite. And I'm gonna be frank, on Bedrock, it's next to impossible. Like I looked around because I was like, you know what, I'll still try. But no, I get that. That's fine, and that seems like it'll be fun. Honestly, I've said it before. As long as they don't mess it up. Honestly, and like I said, the only thing I would really say would concern me with the Hytale is the fact that I don't feel like their business sense is necessarily there. Which is kind of necessary for if you're going to create a game that's going to rival Minecraft. But that's my only real concern. I'm going to be honest. They don't have much that they have to do to be potentially better. Honestly. Because having played this game, I really do feel like there's so many things that they could do with stuff that they just don't. Well, what I meant is trailers. Get a trailer out there, especially if there's a bad update. Because you need to have have people interested in your game. Yes, they have updates, but the average individual who isn't just waiting for the game to come out. No, I do get that. I'm just saying reminders. They don't have to... I mean, I think that one's issue is that I'm still not convinced that wasn't just like a money laundering scheme. Because it really felt like one. You know? Like, when you look at everything around that game, it's like, and everybody blamed everybody else as well. I mean, like, the developers were like, it's not our fault, it was them. And the people who were the, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like, although not necessarily the Cyberpunk, I'm gonna be honest, I do think they totally. But I do think that, like, a lot of people who were getting into that thought it was a better idea than it maybe it was. Honestly, I don't feel that way about the Cyberpunk just because the nature of it and everything else with the game, but I will say I do feel like, at least to some extent, because it seemed like it was a clever thing to do. It's like, yeah, you can still technically own the painting or picture digitally. Because logistically, what it was adding provenance, not adding like actual value, obviously. But then obviously that wasn't what that was. If it had been what it was, it would have actually probably worked well as an actual logical. Because think about it, like in my case, because this is how they marketed it. And this, if it had been like this, it would have made sense. NFTs. But like, if I was to make an art and decide that I wanted to sell that art, then the not the NFT, but what you would may potentially want to do is be able to create provenance for the original picture. So the person who buys the picture has the proof that they're the original, whereas everyone else, screenshot whatever, they don't. You know? But that wasn't how it worked. So yeah, it definitely was a scam by the end. But I'm just saying. To me personally, if it had been what it kind of was presented as, you could disagree. At least at first. Alright. Yeah. Because honestly, then, if it had been like, again, I know it isn't like that, but if it had been like that, then in a lot of ways, you can sell your art, but you can still post it and show it off to people because the person who owns the original doesn't have to feel gypped. You have the ability to show off another one of your credits, and everyone overall would actually be better off. Ironically, even then, potentially, it could have worked out that way, but honestly, because the people who could have made it legit rejected it, and the people who realized they could make a lot of money off it, snag basically used it for the opportunities, it really and truly did become a big scam. But, and that really is how I view that. I think it could have been something. But the fact of the matter is, it just, I don't know how else to put it. It feels like that. Like, I was like, it makes some sense to be going, you have some ownership over what you bought. But in the end, that wasn't how it went down, and that was just that. And that's fine. True, except the thing is, think about it. Many of the big companies in question honestly thought you would have something for it as well. Especially since oftentimes you would actually get something for it. You wouldn't just get necessarily just a picture. I mean, that's how it became by the end. But it didn't start there with the bigger companies. But again, like I said, the problem was that the people who actually embraced it and started using it are the people who turned it into huge scams. As an idea. Whereas most of the internet went, oh, but I can click on it, I can right click on it and copy it, so therefore I have the picture and I didn't spend $1 million. I'm not saying that that's not happened. I just meant it first, like I said. By the end, definitively, yeah, no, all scam. It just held potential. And honestly, it's the same thing with like the AI voice kind of thing, right? If you will. No, I've never played Terraria, but I could play Terraria, I guess. Although, I'm pretty sure the account on the computer is my brother's. If it's on the account, on the computer. But I would play it. Anyway. But yeah, all I was going to say with the AI voice thing is, I mean, technically people have been listening to those kinds of voices for how many years? Literally? Well, no, I'm just saying. Think about it. Technically, what is Hatsune Miku? When it comes down to it. But the difference is that technically it's more of a composite voice rather than a, like, full-on using just one person. Exactly. Hatsune Miku is an AI voice. We've been listening to Hatsune Miku and all the other Vocaloids and all that jazz since, what? I think before 2010 even. It's been a long time. That's definitively for sure. But now that... But now that it's like, oh, but we can make people's voices. It's the new big thing. All I'm saying is, it's only become an issue now because, again, the wrong people have now gotten their hands on it. In a lot of ways. And it's making anybody who does it the right way, if you will, look bad. It's kind of horrible to think about it. So, like, for example, one of the artists I enjoy listening to, Circus B, he does Vocaloid music. It's very enjoyable. But, according to, you know, pretty much anyone who, like, I'm going to be honest, within 2 to 3 years, people will be like, oh, they're just, like, grifting, or they're just da-da-da-da, right? Whereas that's something they've been doing for... I have to look at what is the first one. I don't think I have it on my phone, but... I can find one of them. Wait a second. I know there's older stuff, but the oldest one on my... actually, no. Yeah, 2013. 2012. Since 2012, this guy's been doing it. And using the composite voice. Because that's what that is. But... then, I mean, it really just poses the question: is it really all? If it's something like that, is the villainous as using someone's voice specifically? It's where I feel like the lines need to be thought about more. But he doesn't do like an AI voice like he does like Vocaloid music. Is the point? It's one of my favorite things to listen to. It's very techno-y and all that. Heck, his most recent thing, brilliant. But point being, I mean, at what point will someone decide? Well, clearly, this guy who isn't using someone specific, it's just using the program. Or heck, anybody else that does a vocal. Now that's where I go with it. I don't go to it's good, it's bad. Overall, it's not good to just in that people are going to use it for nefarious means, obviously. But at the same time, it's like, at what point do we draw this line? How do you prove that somebody isn't, like, how do you prove that they have been doing it for nefarious means, or that they're... That's my problem when you look at it. Heck, I wouldn't be shocked, again, going back to NFTs, but considering before they became a big thing, you did have, or you could have sometimes, like, a digital art be given some provenance. But notice afterward, I don't think I've seen that in the same way since. And that's where I become concerned. Because people now just go, oh, well, I could just point and click and I own it too. It honestly is where it becomes concerning. To really look at. I'm not saying that the thing itself is good. Heck no. A lot of people use it for scamming means. But by fully rejecting and turning it into, oh, it's just da-da-da-da-da, or just evil, or just, as a concept, it's not acceptable, even, it's where it goes to. Anyway, as I've said before, I'm just a stranger on the internet. My opinion is very low on the importance factor. It's just, it's the kind of thing I look at and go, yes, you've succeeded in fully getting, well, not, actually, you haven't succeeded in getting rid of the evil. All you've done is gotten rid of anything good. Thank you. It's, because the thing is, I mean, even after all of the pushback against NFTs and stuff, they still exist. They still are used in scams. Nothing's changed there. In the slightest. The only difference is anything that was used that was in a similar means also is gone. Or rather, actually is gone. Because, well, they got driven off. The internet. And the fact of the matter is, there's ways to not make big deals about things as well. Because making the bigger deal is also how it became more around. I mean, look at... I hate using this example because, yes, it is a scam at this point, definitively, the NFT. The thing is, if people had left the people with the monkeys alone, the fact of the matter is they would have gone under pretty quickly, most likely, because nobody would have known that they even existed at that point. It was people bringing it up. The monkeys, exactly. But because people kept going, oh, I could point and I could just right-click on the image and now I own it. I'm sorry. I mean, it's true, though. I mean, that's what they were. They were just monkeys. But the fact of the matter is, many people would actually have gone and looked at them just because They started seeing people talk about them. Whereas if people had left the monkeys alone, it would honestly probably have died. That is really where I'm at with it. In reality, yes, you might have had. Well, actually, no. You'd had lower victims in general because, again, pointing people towards look at this is part of how it grows in popularity, or interest, or people will start trying to use it. And that's true about just about anything. Heck, think about it. When did alcohol become the most popular in the United States? During the Prohibition. Again, no, United States, obviously, not everywhere, but because it was banned, people wanted it. But people also, who maybe would not have even known what it was, hear about it. They think about it. They want to do something with it. It becomes far more tempting and far more palatable. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, ironically, if it had been waifus at first, I think it would have been just accepted and moved on with. Yep. Because it'd be just like, yeah, they're just... You'd have the people who are like, they're stupid, but then you'd also have people who are like, but I own the technical original. So, yeah. The fact is, they made it into something you can... Heck, I mean... Even cryptocurrencies and stuff... They didn't start getting big at first. It's only when people start noticing them, especially when people are like, don't do it, that they start doing it more and more. It's that kind of thing. I'm really just saying that. It's just, if you don't want it to be used, don't talk about it. You could say, well, then people will get exploited. Well, they're going to get exploited anyway, in the case of something like this. It just reduces the number of people potentially going to get exploited by it. By a decently large margin, no less. Because instead of having, say, 20 people fall for this scam, now you have gotten the eyes of 2 million people on this scam. And then they're thinking, well, I could make money with that. And they're scammed with it. It's how it goes. It really is. Because word of mouth is amazing. Heck, I mean, look at it. What's the real reason that... I'm gonna go here, the Bud Light boycott really succeeded? Because anybody who drank it, they're finding out they're being called idiots and that they should continue to buy the product anyway. Who's gonna do that? It's the same mentality, but in reverse. It's like, do this, even though I'm saying this. It's like, in reverse, it's like, I'm sure you guys aren't stupid enough to fall for this. It's like, are you seriously assuming I'm dumb enough that you have to tell me this? Kind of. And I mean, let's be real. The other reason that it worked is because Bud Light sucks, but it still falls in with that whole thing. It's like, if you can't provide quality product, you treat your and again, this really does the audience, if you will, like an idiot. One way or the other. Like, if you're trying to get people to buy it, then they won't. If you're trying to get people to not buy it, then they will. Because they're going to prove to you that they are smart. They do know. Alrighty. I'm probably going to finish up in a minute. I'm trying to get a little bit more done. I mean, look at this. This is a lot of work for, like, none. Uh, I really do need to get better tools, but I just don't have the iron to sell. Well, I do, but I want to use it. Exactly. Bad games get famous because people are told don't buy it, so people buy it. They get, and again, I would go with it's because they feel like they're being treated like an idiot. They're gonna prove you wrong, but they're just smarter than you, and you're the idiot. It's how it goes along. Heck, I mean, going back to Cyberpunk, I mean, what effectively sold the game was the controversy. For a lot of people. You have the people who are like, and all the other controversies with all the other games at the time. It just felt. It's just kind of how it goes. So, I mean. That's the real reality, unfortunately. And like I said, it's a sad reality. Even if something could have been used, can be used for good, the wrong people get their hands on it. And those are the people who become focused on. Then anything that's otherwise used, just, yeah. And a concept that might be great gets thrown away. Or heck, something that's been used for years. Because now, like, something is, and again, I mean, it is childish, yes. But yeah, I mean, you go back to the AI thing. The fact is, many of the things now being branded as AI have existed for many years. They just weren't called AI. They're just having AI slapped across it. It's like, look, it's AI. Use it. Check it out. Da 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 da. And it's sad because it's really not. Because things that maybe aren't exactly the same thing are going to be roped in, and then you'll lose things again. That's really where it comes down to. Yeah, that's true. AI equal easy nowadays. It's the easy way to do things, and yet at the same time, I gotta be frank. Like, I'm left with the thing I don't like about AI art is it uses other people's arts without their permission. It would be fine if it used specifically art, but that's the issue that should be focused on, not just that it's like, not the how do I put this? Not just that the art, but not just that the it's like using art from people who don't want their art used, but also to focus on. But they could just use, if we're being realistic, and they want to prove they're doing the right thing, they could use art that is basically public domain. And that would be fine. But instead, you give them the leg to stand on by just going, I just don't want my art to be used. So they can go, but it's like the human brain. Instead, you should be saying things like, well, then they should be using the art that inspired this art that is public domain. For example, Monet or Da Vinci or the like. After all, in theory, if it can make the things out of those things, just like people did, or artists did, then obviously, if you're going to argue it's the same thing, it should be able to as well. But that's not the argument. It's just art in general. It's things like that. And then it's like if somebody was to create something using, heck, just colors, and having the AI put colors in different areas, that'll still be treated the same as, or just having a computer randomly place colors. It'll be treated the same as somebody who's literally stolen somebody's work and used it. Anyway, I don't know. It's why I feel funny about the whole thing, honestly. Because what is one thing is not the same as something else. Fair enough. Alrighty, I am probably gonna finish with this row here and be done then. Because, alrighty. It's been a pleasure having you. Sorry for the depressing talk at the end there. Let's see, as I said, I do want to get the rest of this done. I'm glad you enjoyed the chat then. Because it is a point to look at, I think, at least. By the way, what am I playing tomorrow? Or not tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow. Because tomorrow's Saturday. I was thinking of doing more Minecraft, but I'm willing to do Zelda if you want me to. As long as I'm chit-chat and all that. Boop. Alrighty, I'll do more Minecraft then. We could go on an adventure or something, maybe. After all, I'm not getting wandering traders. Do something different, maybe, just to spice things up. Or we could just chit-chat like this. But we'll do Minecraft then. Like I said, I am going to try and get some of the... I wanted to get flat across the board. Alright, actually that was perfect. Wow, that was super perfect. Alright, get this done, and then, yeah. Yeah. I suppose since I guess at this point I'm probably on my own, I could just talk about whatever. Well, as far as chat goes. Let's see. Since I could do anything, I guess I could do describing a scene kind of thing. Although I'm looking at something else, so it could be a little difficult to, like, envision. But, oh, hello. There you are. I've been wanting you. Acacia trees are easy to get, and I have dark oak stocklands, man. Useless. I want the, dude, I want the, anyway, so, I suppose just to talk to myself about this, what I kind of am envisioning, as I've said, is, a city that reaches to the sky, but not all the way. More like... The thing I'm trying to decide is if I go lower or not, but... Just to envision it for myself, to think about it for a second, as long as I'm here. What I really want is I want the city to stretch as far as you can see, kind of. From up there, not down here. Down here, it's going to be crowded and all that. I'll need buildings of different sizes and all that, but I think it'd be an awesome way to do it. And honestly, I'm thinking for many of the buildings, not all of them, mind you, especially you get farther out, I'm thinking they get taller, but for the ones over here, I kind of want them to only come up to about, like I said, this is me talking to myself, so I'm going to take this through. Let's just use this a second. But, let me see. I want them to come up to about, here. Potentially up to here. Because I want it to be where you could see, but they're still just, it feels so far. Because I like that as a concept. That the buildings closest can see. Heck, I might even go just to the side. Because it's going to be far enough away no matter what, you can't get over. So there'll be the wall and everything, but... Could even go up to here at 128. Because that would be, in all honesty, epic. I mean, originally I think I was thinking over there as the idea, but I do like the idea of being over here, and then you could just get so much taller. I might even go higher than this. But this is where I'm thinking at the moment. Just to get an idea of the perspective of the buildings here. And like I said, then go taller. Because the idea would be that you can't jump over in the same way. Alright. What's that? Oh. And then, building shape-wise, they're not going to all be the same shape. But I'm thinking, because you got, like, and obviously you can go down to here. I actually think that using the mob farm as an idea, or rather, as a, basic shape, just going down here a second, here, because you'll go out 2 more and 2 more and 2 more, and it would actually be quite big, but I'm thinking that would be a good size for many of the buildings, potentially even, see you got this one, it's about, it's not quite the same, but obviously not all buildings will be the same size or anything like that. I do want it to be just feeling potentially dark and claustrophobic. I think that would be super cool as well, although I don't necessarily want to do that just because, well, it'd be too much for villagers. But, and I do want to have some villagers. Honestly, I should just start marking out where I want the city to go to. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow, because that'll be a great little project, I think. Put this down here, over here right now, so that I can quickly shear some sheep too, I think. I hear mobs. The mobs will be gone. But yeah, I do, although maybe not all of them. Alright, let's see how much we can get from all these sheep. Because this will be a good start to our building planning, to have some of this as well. So I do want to mark out kind of like different places being different ways and all that. And I think also I'm going to end up starting to mark out districts and stuff too as I clear out the area. I'm not there yet, but effectively, like, this area would be the working class division, if you will. Or the one thing I do want is, like, up there, I want to make it more difficult to get up there and have it be the upper echelon, if you will, society. Or, to be more exact, the supervisors, because that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, come over here a second. I want to share you. Or, potentially, depending, what I might want to do instead, because there's 2 ideas. Like I said, just talking to myself for this. But the other idea I have is, that the miners would live up there. So you'd live up there, but then you have to like travel down a tube, but you're basically trapped forever, kind of thing. I actually think that would also be really interesting. Or potentially, those who have worked their way up live up there, and then maybe even have a bit of a city going down, if you will. Nothing too, how do I put it? Nothing anyone would actually live in, but just kind of like to give or rather any villagers would actually live in, but just to kind of give like a look. I think that would actually be really interesting. But the point is, it would become very self-contained kind of thing, and you could even add like walls in and stuff to keep people out and in. But that's kind of what I'm thinking over here. Goodbye greenery. Instead, it's going to be like more coarse dirt and stuff. If I do that, or it'll be nice houses. I haven't decided which though. And I will decide. I just haven't yet. Obviously, we're gonna have like a big port down there to some extent. After, because of just the nature of it, it's beautiful. It's good. And I'm talking to myself here right now. We'll have small buildings and big buildings and stuff. Occasional squeezed in building, because this is going to be more, like I said, I do think this will be more working. That looks super cool, but that's going to go. That was just an idea. It did not work out how I wanted it to. But that's fine. But yeah, no. And then, like I said, I kind of want to figure out areas to just potentially add in light. Or adding down deep, dark areas, like down here. Be a good example of that. At some point, I just need to go down and just light up and run in. Light up, run in, light up. Except that I'm going to die a bunch, but... that's not today. But yeah, I think that's about it. Like I said, I just try to think out a little bit more planning, as long as I'm here and thinking about. And as I said, city size, it's gonna be huge. This project is gonna be never ending. I think that's just kind of how it's gonna go. It's also a good way to keep into one area. But I'm thinking just to... Oh, hello, Mr. Failure. I'm not playing Zelda today. I play Minecraft. Sorry, I just was working out some of like where I wanted to do things. As long as I was here. But yeah, I honestly really like the idea of kind of like huge city. All the way down and around and all that. Never. I don't like poker. But also, I'm probably gonna bulldoze. Yeah, I'm gonna build a big city. What, did you think that tiny thing was my big city? That's not a multi-year... whatever. Boogie, I don't have bones, though. Actually, no, wait. Can I? Can I? I can. Come, doggy. I have, I think, bones up top. Hopefully he'll ignore the sheep. I don't think he will, but... Yeah, you're not going after the sheep today. Not today. We're just gonna feed you bones. He got away. Where'd he go? Come on, come on, this way. Yeah, come on. We're gonna get you some bones. You'll like it a lot. It'll be funner than being a sheep killer. Anyway, yeah, no. I'm totally building a huge city. What else would I do in Minecraft? It's not like there's much else to do, unless I'm doing modded, which I'm not. So, yeah. I mean, I could do the Ender Dragon, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really want to. The amount of work that would take is not exciting to me. So, big city it is. Alright, we're just going to use this to get up. That's right, Boogie. Come on. That's right. Come on. There we go. Come on. Over here. Oh. Whoops. Oh. Come on. Let's try again. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, come on. Alright. Thank you. Come on. You have a way up. Literally. Come on, doggy. There we go. Over we go. Yep, there's a sheep. Stupid sheep. Say stupid sheep. Alright, we gotta keep going. Alright. Yep, okay. Alright, and then we go up this. You got away again. How? Come on. Come on. Yeah. I have bones for you. I have this for you. Thank you. You could just stay there. I think I have more bones at my house. Other house. I'll do that next time. I just got distracted by the... I have dogs, but the dogs will have names. Already. Plus, he's not my dog yet. I hope he stays. I need to go see if I have bones back home. No. Did you not hear what I just said? This dog has a name. Normally I don't mind it, but in this case, both the dogs are going to be named after dogs that were very precious in my life and are now gone. Yeah. And that's why I'm not like. This is a very specific situation. Because one of them's going to be named Coffee and one of them's going to be named Tasha. And, yeah. It's because those are the names of the dogs in question. Alright, do I have any bones in here? No. Okie dokie. I'm gonna have to find some skeletons. That's great. Hopefully the dog doesn't spawn before that point, because that would be sad. But I could get some more skeletons. I'm gonna do it next time. But yeah, no. I mean, there are reasons. It's like when on Stardew, I named my chicken specific things because they're. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. I have certain yeah. Alright, I need skeletons, but I do not have skeletons, so yeah. Also, I meant to start working on, but I need to clear out the area to really have the idea, the space. But yeah, no, that's what that is. Alrighty. There. I should probably go hunting for more skeletons and hope the dog is still there. I hope it is, because it's... yeah. If it's not, it's going to feel very frustrating. But for now... please still be there. You're still there, good. You're Coffee, as long as you stay there. Yeah, you don't really Tasha. I'm doing pretty good. All things considered. I think there's a spot down here that has mobs, right? I thought there was, but that was lovely. Glitching is always here. Alright. Let's head down and go clear out more caves. And hopefully find bones. I say find, but really it means hunt for skeletons. Does this go anywhere? Nah, I like living in Florida too much to not. One sec. 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. No, I don't particularly. Well, I like cold weather okay, but let's be real. I don't function well overall in cold weather because See, we've got a joke here in old Florida about being Florida lizards. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Wait, I just came from there. I am so dumb. Oh, that was what this was. Huh. I see. But yeah, no, there's a secret path down. How crazy weird. Yeah, I mean, hurricanes aren't that bad. You might think they are, but they really aren't. Ow. Alright, I did leave the area, so... And look at this mess the Endermen have made. Anyway, I will have fun with that, because... I mean... Although, not the sunburn, but... I know how to avoid sunburn, so it's fine. Seriously, though. I mean, look at this. Oh, no. I can't get out. And they've spawned up here. That means they'll go for the villagers. I need out so I can get away. Why, pillagers? Ow. Sure. I need to get further away. If you say so. I mean, hurricanes are... I mean, they're just part of life. That's the real answer. Alright, I think I got far enough away. Hopefully. Yeah, I mean, that really is. It is what it is. Ironically. It might seem silly, but... I mean, if you've lived most of your life with it, I mean... It's not as big a deal as when it's, something new. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean... I don't even know how to put it. But anyway, either way, living in Florida, you learn to deal with the old, the hurricanes. From a young age. That's the real answer. If you can't handle it, you get out of the state. And then you get hit by the hurricanes in other places anyway, because the fact of the matter is... well, don't live near them, typically. Not to be rude, but... as in general, you just kind of avoid the, those that, yeah. And we leave it at that. Looky doozy. joke. But the answer is simply avoid. For no other reason, uh, the thing is, it's kind of like getting tourists all year round, isn't it? I think that's the biggest issue with it, for me. Like, tourist season is tourist season, guys. The thing I find hilarious is all those travel boards and everything will continue more and more. Like, oh, don't go to Florida. It's like, it's not stopping people from coming here. It's like, y'all know that, we, how do I put this politely? Don't care. If y'all come or not, you'll come anyway. It's quite something. Anybody else here? Alright. I am running low on food, but I could survive a little while. I just need to survive until the babies grow up. Guys, let me get in there. I see. Oof. I see. But yeah, no, I mean, the real answer is it's like, not going anywhere. It's like, the irony is that, and this is something I would say. Get over here. Sure. But, no, how do I put this? So, I think, it's something that I find extremely crazy in general, though. Just like, it's like, they create all these boards, and all these different boards are like, oh, it's horrible to come here, and it's like, then don't come here. We're not making you guys come to our state for vacations here in Florida. That's all on y'all. We'll happily take their money. I mean, that's how we work here. But at the same time, it's just kind of like, but it's not. I don't even know how else to put it other than it's like, nobody told you guys to come here. Specifically, I mean, if you don't want to come, don't come. If you do, okay. I feel like we've literally gone the whole how do I put this? We're a place infamous for gators and well, pretty much all sorts of horrible things. Like, just not horrible, but dangerous things. And it has never stopped anyone. It has never stopped anyone from coming here to be tourists. Not a once, I don't think. So, why is it that the new thing is... Well, it's probably true, but what I was going to say, though, is it's just like, if that hasn't stopped people from coming here, why do they think that their stuff is gonna... Seriously. It's like, it, it, it's the most crazy thing, I think. Heck, one of the biggest memes on the internet is Florida Man. Right? No. To be honest, that's not true. That guy just came running for his death. I mean, maybe some people... Actually, no, I can state for a fact there are definitely people who do. But, no. I mean, overall, I mean, let's be real. Well, you're far less likely to have that happen here, that's definitely for sure. Although, that's partially because, I mean, the number of people that own guns here. Let's be real. There's a lot of these here. But you know what? That solves the problem in of itself, now doesn't it? Anyway, but yeah, no, I mean, as a general rule, though, it's just, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes, isn't it? That's the real problem with trying to mandate, some of these laws, is that, unfortunately, it doesn't stop it from existing. All it does is make it, that the law-abiding people are the ones that don't have any. Yeah, I believe it. Not to be rude. At that time, I believe here, if you're gonna see a crazy, we do get some crazy stuff here. So, although most of it's, as far as the general area, innocuous, like hedge birds, if you will, or the birds that like to go in the bushes, birds that like to look like snakes. Snakes that like to bite your face off. I mean, I think honestly that's the thing that's the most crazy, is it's like, you gotta understand, we have gators, we have bears, we have coyotes, we have mountain lions, we have snakes every which way, from water moccasins to cottonmouths. Honestly. Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you, from the news? But the reality is the most dangerous thing here, I think, is, like I said, everything else. And that's just how it goes. Oh, to be fair, that's because it's also... Yeah. I mean, you really do have a lot of go... Farther you get into the country area, though, yeah, the more guns are definitely owned as well. But, how do I put it? The thing is, you always know... If there's a huge incident on the news, right? You always know that, oh, that's one of those areas that was, yeah, literally has, try to figure out how to put it. Low tolerance for shitty bang sticks, if you will. No gun zones. You always know it's going to be those. Because if it wasn't, then, well, the incident wouldn't have happened in the first place. it's just how it goes here. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, that's just life. In fact, I would argue to some extent it's kind of expectable. Anyway, like I was saying though, you want to cause trouble, you know where to cause trouble typically, because I mean, well, I try not to be rude, insensitive, or otherwise. At the same time, it's like, I kind of want to be realistic. It's like, that's the unfortunate thing. Many incidents mostly happen in places where basically the average person cannot react because they're not allowed to. And that's just kind of how it goes. I don't know how else to put it. But when it comes down to it, that's what I've seen quite often. Whereas places that are considered to be the quote-unquote dangerous areas due to such non-restrictions, if you will, or rather the no restrictions, if you will, tend to not have these issues because, well, there's someone there to prevent. And I kind of wish this was more discussed. Not in a memey, silly way, but in reality, to look at. There is a pattern. Alrighty. Well, I was already going to be finished, but I stopped to chat with you, so I'm probably going to finish up in a second. I just got to put stuff away down here, because I've got all the rock and all of that. I mean, I say put away, dump a bunch of junk in a bunch of chests. Alrighty. But yeah, no. Let's get away from depressing topics for while I finish this up, because, like I said, it's just... It is. Because it's better to discuss things. In reality, not talking leads to more issues overall, because different people can have different feelings and ideas. There's nothing wrong with that. And honestly, I would allow more. It's just... Well, Twitch is very trigger happy, so that's why I have to be super careful about it. Also, how do I have two of these guys over here? How? So the original guy, you're the new guy. Anyway, I think it's okay to talk. As long as, I mean, you follow the very basic rules. It's mostly fine. I mean, yeah, you skirt the line, but it's fine. Because, yeah, you're not, when you're asked to step back, you do. And that's really where I'm going to go with it. I think, otherwise, conversation's important. If you say so. But, like I said, I think the biggest thing is, whether it's in a trolley fashion or not, I think it's important to talk about things that come up. And to just think about it. Because otherwise, you remain stagnant. You remain in an echo chamber, and you remain... You remain in a very sterile location that you really can't do anything about. It just stops being. It's, for example, it's the death of comedy. It's the death of discussion, and it's just, to me, I feel like that's important to actually talk, hear other people's point of view, share my point of view, and etc. Even if it's just about, well, whether it be something that people consider super insensitive, or it be just simply something innocuous, like theories on gaming and stuff. But point being, no conversation equals no new thought or new considerations. But that's really about it. I honestly, like I said, I am not, I don't pretend to be well, except for, I think you could play several of them on the Switch at this point. Fully uncensored, too. It's just people have to actually transfer them. But see, no, legit. People can get, such games, as far as I know. I know they've definitely had several on there. The thing is, I mean, even if you think of Nintendo as being, they're very clear. Like, as long as you rate it, that's up to the parents. They've even given parents the way to be able to prevent kids that they don't want to. But otherwise, it's like they don't judge. I think it's fair. It's the irony of the whole. I think the whole idea is, while you can be family friendly, you can also have other things available. Because parents can parent. After all, well, but in reality, though, it's like if the parents didn't look, and Nintendo lawyers are good. Oh, I don't disagree that parents are bad. The point is, it puts it back. There are parents that are. It's questionable what they're letting their kids do. But at the same time, it's like. It's because they know that it's a sanitized place, which they should know it's not, because after all, they grew up on the internet. In reality, I think the Nintendo approach is correct. I have no idea, and that is my honest answer. But probably I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one or two. If you will. But like I said, I think the real answer is simply they're like, yeah, at this point, even in the in the past, they've had games that were rated more. But the thing is, they also were very clear about what games those were, and didn't just let kids get their hands on them. It goes back to that whole idea of you can be family friendly, but you can still have games that are questionable. I mean, think about it. I mean, how do I put it? Well, no, it wasn't one of those games. It was for, oh yeah, we're thinking family friendly. We've got Conker's Bad Fur Day, right? That was on the Switch back in the let's see, I believe the 64. But it existed, and it hasn't changed. The real answer is they just, as far as their big games that they market, I think, is the real answer. like, yeah, we got the other games as well, but you're not gonna be told, like, outright the gate that those things exist. You gotta go find them yourself. And I think that's the right answer for that, in a lot of ways. Because it prevents things like Sony, creative censorship, at the same time, keeping it low enough that the average kid isn't going to go onto their Steam page, for example, and maybe find something they really shouldn't. I should put this on one of my horses. I have not yet. But yeah, I think that's where it really lands to me. Well, I mean, the writing was on the wall, let's be honest. The moment that it becomes... And here's the thing, I mean, you know that the next one is definitively going to be the same deal with like Microsoft, because it's the same idea. They're like, for children. It's like, but that's not for children that you're censoring this game that's not for children. Heck, it's questionable anyway. I mean, I'm not going to be honest, considering apparently PC games, because think of it like this: the person, the creator of the game, can go in and remove all your content that you paid for. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. I'm just saying in general. I mean, what was that game? It's also, there was something about the Skullgirls game where they literally removed a whole bunch of content. Because people are PC, it was on the PC, people just lost the content in question. That's where I say, as long as you can find a way to get a physical release, and I'm sure there's many a thing that you can. It's really where I look at it. It's like, you got your pros and cons of everything, is really what it is. And that is my answer. Whoops, that was the... But yeah, no, I mean, I think the real answer is simply that, the only place you don't want to play such games is PlayStation. And Xbox, potentially, but definitely it's PlayStation. And we leave it at that. Whether you be a PC gamer or other consoles, you still have chances. Also, considering the fact that Steam... I know that they do insist on certain censorships. Well, I don't disagree. Microsoft games have become glitchy messes. PlayStation games have become basically walking simulators. And, I mean, that are very preachy at you. It's where I could say, yeah, me having a Switch, and also the fact that many of them end up on the computer anyway, for both of them. It's like, me having a Switch and a computer means... I'm happy with where I'm at. But, I mean, that's really where I look at it. It's just like, when I see the games kind of thing, it's not... I think that's the real answer, you know? It's like, yeah. Again, I don't want to seem like I'm just trying to like, be rude or controversial or anything, but honestly, when I see the games when they come out, and I'm like, but why would I want to play that? I know there's people who are like super ecstatic because they're super fans of the series, and I know there's people who probably think the same thing of me with the whole Tears of the Kingdom. Why would anyone want to play Tears of the Kingdom? But I don't know. All I'm saying to me is it just feels... It feels like they hype up the game, you look at the game, it's like, oh, they're super hyping it, and then it falls through. Because it just wasn't a good game. And it's a constant thing. It's not just like one game. It's becoming a pattern. And when a good game does come out, it's a very rare thing, but then people believe in and in reality, it's like a third-party game. And then the next first-party game comes out, and it's just like... Or not even... Actually, to be honest, technically, Microsoft has no first-party games that they haven't bought. Ironically. I don't think PlayStation really has that many anymore either. And I'm not saying this because it's like they literally discontinue those for the, oh look, but these are popular, rather than the, anyway. Like I said, you can disagree. I just feel like it's very strange to me. Is all. And not in the that people play them. I get that it has this thing. I mean more along the lines that companies can just keep getting away with it, kind of thing, if you will. Presenting less and less. There's a to the game. It's bizarre. But yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. Because it's not like it's going to stop people from playing the game. And honestly, I think, as I said, as long as you can enjoy it, that's the real answer, right? It's going to be the moment... And that's going to be the moment that really kills these companies. Is the moment that people get tired of their games enough. That's true. But that's going to be the rare game that's going to have people going, well, but then these games will be good as well. And it's going to be like, but they aren't, is my point. Think about it. It's the same idea. And notice, both of those games, at their core, are technically Marvel games. Which is where you should start being concerned. And hope that Marvel has no actual say. And it's just the people who made the game. Because if you haven't seen what they've been churning out nowadays in Marvel, which I'm sure you have. I would not. I would just hope that it's absolutely not Vault. Because otherwise it'll be a very cookie-cutter storyline that somehow falls short of expectations. And having low expectations, I mean. Fair enough. Well, I mean, I guess the real question should be, but how was the DLC? Not the main game. Because you gotta remember, that's what it's gonna be like. Like I said, that's what you gotta hope for. But then you also gotta remember how long it's been and how, they've been this lately. Like I said. But that's why I said it's a hopeful that it is good. And that it would be the rare good game, potentially. As long as Marvel doesn't get their mitts on it. Doesn't that mean that, I think it could be a decent game? And ironically, you could say the same thing about the Kingdom Hearts games, that they have no connection, except for in the moment when they wanted something changed and removed, and it made the whole game kind of worse. So, yeah. Rather that part of the game. Not the whole game. I mean, the whole game was still supposed to be, was still decent, but that's where I say you should be concerned. Not that it's also considering many of the controversies surrounding the game at this point. It's fine either way, like I said. I don't mind chatting. But, yeah. I have to say though, going again, it's just like, man, so much work to look so little. And I know this is just dull work. I do get it. But I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with how much I've gotten done. And I know this would be faster if I was using better tools, but I'm almost there actually with the villagers. Just a little bit further, just a little bit harder, just a little bit more. Which I'll keep saying until I'm done, and then I'll be like, and then I'll have to start the next project, which will be the actual building of some of the buildings. I'm not gonna do all the buildings at once because, goodness, that would be a pain in the butt. But I'll do some. And I mean, it is looking. There is so much cleared out that was not here. That was here. All right. Also, apparently, I have stuff in too much stuff in my inventory. Dump. Can I dump trash here? Yes. Any other trash I could dump here? No. Wait, I have bones! I have so many bones! Oh, Dougie, still be there. How did I miss these? I knew I had more bones. Ah, I feel so dumb. Oh, Dougie, please still be there. Don't be gone. Hop, hop, hop. Although I guess I can try and get another dog if this one doesn't work out. But I tried. I'm hoping because I fed it, it will stick around. Like, I do realize if that isn't the case, that is something they should have do. Because otherwise, much like mobs despawning with your stuff, I mean, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, good. You're here. There we go, doggy. Yes. No, put the bones up here. Yes. My good boy. You're my coffee. Yes. Yes. Good boy. I'll have to give you a name at some point, but that's good. That's something different. That's something new. Now I can go dump more trash, but that's satisfying that that's done and dusted with. Because, yeah. Honestly, I should make this more of a way up. At least for now, because this is a good way to go down. Now that I've realized where this leads. We go all the way down. And over, and just kind of... See, is there a good way to mark this? Probably just do this. And obviously as it goes along, it'll just be like, boop, go look here. I'm going to be clearing out more anyway, but... Ow. I mean, it is coming along, and that is good. At the same time, though, it is a little like, I could get more done, I could get more done. It just feels like there's not so much done. But then I look at it, I'm like, but I did so much. I don't know. If it wasn't for the fact that, I just don't have the ability to do so, I would be tempted to try and start making a TNT thing and just do that. But I don't have sand. I don't have I have no constant source of creepers or gunpowder anyway, so it's fine. Alright, let me break one more of these. Honestly, I wonder how many of these I'm going to go through. Is there a, like, can we see how many, like, I'm curious. I've never really looked at this kind of thing, but... Oof. Yeah, 4 days. That's a long time. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay. I was hoping I could see kind of times broken. Yes. 71. Okay, yeah. It's definitely broken a couple of these. Some of these are quite fascinating, honestly. Sorry, I just had to look for a second because I was just like, how many times have I broken one of these? And I suppose what I could do is instead of breaking it, I can go doot. Break a certain amount of dirt and then combine them. Should be about right. Okay, I need to do at least... Wrong one. This one. Yeah. Like that. So that I don't break them. But I'm definitely still using them. I have a feeling at the end of this project, I'm not gonna want to see how many dirt blocks I've mined. I don't even want to look now. Because I'm afraid. But, there we go. That's another road down. It's slow going, but we're getting there. And, I mean, obviously I'll have to keep going forward after that point at some point, but like so. There we go. I can get a little bit more of this. I said a full row. I was wrong. I'll be at a full row at the end of, like... maybe I should just take the break. I'm so... How do I put it? It's so much. But it's fun, you know? But it is a lot. Let's see, how many more should I break? And then I'll go interact with and trade with the villagers some more, because I need to buy more. I know what I really should do is I should look up how to do an iron farm and do it. After all, oh, that's 72. I think. You know, at some point in this, I'm gonna have to write down like how many I have broken over the course of the whole thing, and when I break another one, whether on purpose or by accident, it's just I have to up the number. Not villagers though, because I'm gonna keep interacting with villagers, but like this. Just to be like an interesting statistic. Dude. And we're almost there. I probably gotta, like I said, I do wanna a little bit further, but I think that's pretty good. I mean, at the same time, I want to finish. $73. This is why you don't count. I don't even want to think about it. Let's go put all this away. But we got through another row. Look at this. And then when it's done, I'll have to go over there and do more, but in its own way, it's super satisfying. Because this was a mountain path down. And now, it's not. It's going to be very flat. But it's what makes it fun. Also, you're the other guy still, right? You're not like a new guy? I could buy, but I don't wanna. Yeah, I could, man, but I'm not gonna. At some point, I hope to run into slimes. Just because I haven't yet doesn't mean I don't hope to. Oh, to be fair, I think it's because of the level I'm on. Potentially, but you know, I think I'll come lower. Also need slime trunks, but yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna have all the materials I need for all the things I need. There we go. Yeah, I may have gotten through... Because you gotta remember, I started off today with not planning to do this. Because I changed my mind because I decided because I want to have, and I will eventually, and obviously not yet, but eventually I want to use, because I found, where is it? I found a zombie spawner down here. And I want to use it, so I gotta, but I want to probably make it into a building, so I just changed my entire original plan and now do this. But hey, I mean, is that funny? Potentially. Or it was dirt. I mean, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, no, 4. Only 4 levels left until we're at this level, and then we start going down to this level. Because this is where it's going to be at. All of it. So much work. But somehow super worth it. Even if it feels a little monotonous and tiring. Alrighty though, I think this is probably a good place to finish up. I guess I would ask if there's anybody that you would want me to raid, but I'd have to have somebody who's actually a chatter. But, so, yes. Nope. Not today. Alrighty. Yeah. So this is where I think I'm going to finish up for tonight. It's been a pleasure having you. I hope you had a wonderful time, and I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope to see you tomorrow for some more Minecraft fun. We're planning on doing some more tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Well, actually, just a wonderful day, a wonderful night, because I'll see you tomorrow, because tomorrow's Saturday. But I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you see you tomorrow. Thank you for popping in, and thank you for sticking around. So, yeah. Bye-bye.